It's good chat. I was just in ICT's live stream and I decided that, honestly, I'll watch it later, which I think is honestly the best thing. But I'm expecting obviously this news high to get traded to. But I mean, look at that. Look at 10-2. If you look at October 2nd's high, like perfect delivery right there, and then that inversion for value gap. This is the 5-second chart though, and this isn't really anything to trade, but just stuff to look for. Pretty nice delivery though, like here to here. Like this could be like a little. Like that's still like 50 points. That's all you need. Nothing that I would put. I would trade though. Give me 1 second. Let's get Anthony. I don't know. ICT is. Sometimes I like having this analysis, but at the like some other times it's like. I mean, especially within like what he was saying today. Hold up. Here we go. I don't think that minor sell side is going to get traded to right now. I'm looking for that news high. I'm looking for that news high. NFP today, so honestly, NFP didn't really deliver that much. It really didn't. I mean, still 100 handles, but that's like not crazy for what it can do. All right, news high traded to. That is some nice delivery. All right, this is an old first, but I know I have so much stuff on my chart, but they're all, in my opinion, important arrays to have. So news high just traded to, which is always a good draw on liquidity, and then we have this imbalance here. Here, I'm gonna pull up another chart over here. We'll look at ES in a second. We also just took previous day high. ES just traded into its new week opening gap. And ES still has a news high that we haven't traded to. So ES delivered higher. So let's see. ES right now is a new week opening gap. Let's see if we use that to want to trade to news high. Oh, we have a little SMT here. This is like some beautiful delivery. Notice how we manipulate, we drop down to a discount. What do we drop down to? We drop down to a new day opening gap. We also drop down to infill in this imbalance here. And then consequent encroachment of this wick. Oh man, that should be in my textbook. Alright, once ES takes this news high, it could be a possible area for us to reverse from. If you look at ES, we are above previous day high. We have this pool of buy side that we could possibly potentially trade to today. Notice how we had a little shallow raid. There's no bodies above this high. So that could be an important pool of liquidity. But we also have this down here. So the fact that we have two pools of liquidity that are still kind of in play on the higher on the chart, and we're within like kind of the middle of that range. I would say we're in the upper portion, but I think this new week opening gap is going to give me insight of what I want to see. If we trade it, if we're above it, I'm going to be looking for this. If we're below it, I'm going to be looking for this. But just while I look at this, we're already in a premium on today, which we could just keep on trading higher, but I think it's highly unlikely. Or it's actually below true day into new day. Like, look at that delivery. If we create a 15-minute fair value gap here on ES, that's something I'm gonna mark, which I think we likely will. Okay, I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. There's a lot here. So you got new week opening gap. What is this? I don't. I'm gonna take this off. All right. So yeah, that volume balance here on the weekly. Oh, that may be why. Chart colors? Yeah, I got you. Sorry, I saw your message, but what's good, Eddie? How long you live for today? I'm gonna be live for a while today. I'm gonna be live for a while. So you have an old first presentation that hasn't been traded into. This is why I looks at this. I wanna wait for time. ES is traded to its news high, as ES is it or NQ is in more of a premium here. We have this breakaway gap I'm looking at. We could possibly trade to later. Alright, so we got a breakaway gap there. This is constant incursion of a daily chart. Wick. I'm probably gonna take it off. And this is volume balance levels for daily chart, which I'm also gonna take off. Hit an old daily high that I'm also gonna take off. I'm just gonna use a separate chart here for some new week opening gaps. Look how many new week opening gaps we have up here. And new day opening gaps. Notice where we delivered to. Straight to new week opening gap. Yeah, I'm also gonna have another chart. We'll do one for ES. Let's look at dollar. Saw dollar expand higher as well. Okay, dollar. This order block. Why is Netflix up here? Oh no, my chart's lagging. I haven't lagged in a minute. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good. YM could possibly draw here. There's not really anything to. Enter on. I want to see 930. If I want to see if we manipulate. See, I don't know if I like. Oh yeah, I like this. Okay, so we are in a premium. First presentation that hasn't been filled at all. Look at that 10-2 low. That's like perfect delivery. We have like a SMT here. Trade higher. We have this volume imbalance here. Old first presentation. This is that weekly volume imbalance. That's that new day, or I think it's a different one. Yeah, this looks pretty bullish. If I'm usually NFP can create a 930 reversal, but just the fact that we're just keep on just pricing higher here, to me feels like we just want to take probably, or maybe we want to take this pool buy side. But for me, first presentations a draw on liquidity for me, a possible draw on liquidity. Let's see if we stop here and then consolidate, we could do something like this. Then I'd be looking for this possible breakaway gap as a draw on liquidity. We're well above true day open. The accumulated longs here. Yeah, NFP didn't really do too much. I mean, like, yes, it still did deliver. Like, this was NFP with no manipulation. Regardless, when 930 opens, I'd be looking for price to drop into a discount. Like, if we want to go higher, I think we should drop down regardless. So I'll be looking for this gap potentially as well. around like 60 points from here to here. I like that for value gap. Okay, it doesn't seem like we're really respecting that first presentation. Let's see if we want to hit these highs before 9:30. That would be insane, in my opinion. I'm gonna pull up ICT's live stream real quick. Oops. Hey, thanks for what's up, Phoenix. Yeah, ICT is looking for buy side here, and yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think it's definitely. I'm looking for these highs. If we think about it, we traded higher. Now created a balanced price range here, so that's in the crosshairs. All right. We got about 26 minutes till market open. So, what's the most likely draw on liquidity right now? In my opinion, these highs here. Let's see, 9:30 is about to open. 9:30 can potentially provide a reversal, so I don't want to be ignorant to that. But regardless, I think if we want to go higher, we should trade into discount prices at least. We have this first presentation, we have this BISI, we have this breakaway gap. We all could trade into. We have this weekly volume bounce, and we also have new week opening gap as well. We're in a new week opening gap right now. That could have been bad. I just deleted all my annotations on that. All right, now let's see if we want to trade into a discount. So nice delivery right there. About 23 till market. 23 minutes. We also have a. This is a daily civvy. I just need to like honestly just delete all my drawings every day. Alright, look at this daily candle. Notice how that new week opening gap supported price. Now we're trading higher. Trading that rejection block right there. Or no, this would be the rejection block, not that. We could trade in the constant encroachment of this wick. But right now we're within a new week opening gap here. Also at the high end of that first presentation. And we have buy stops that rest right here. I want 930 to manipulate. Either seek lower discount prices to then trade higher, or to just straight run the buy side to then seek discount. Nothing of interest right now. So we create a 15-minute imbalance here. We could have an institutional order flow entry drill to then run higher. Like, look at order flow here. We would have to trade aggressively for me through this if we create an imbalance here, or through the first portion of this for me to be looking for these lows. But I just think that's very unlikely. I think we're definitely going to see that high today. Alright, so now people that are already shorting this have some buy stops right here. So we have some minor. I'm not interested in taking a short here, but could potentially trade back in that range. I would more look for a short if 9:30 manipulated, and then we still have new week opening gap that would probably likely get traded into. Or we have first presentation, or we have this buy side imbalance, or we have this breakaway, or we have this first presentation and this volume imbalance low, or we have this previous day low, or we have this breakaway gap here. That would be like full terminus for me if I were to look for that. I think this could get traded to later in the day. I mean, there's still plenty of time. I mean, I would say for me, if it's not clear right open and if there's not something to take advantage of, which we could already anticipate that it's likely not going to be as clear at open. For me, I would more likely look to wait because once we trade to buy side, I think definitely on an NFP day, since NFP days are usually volatile, if we do trade up here, we're in a very deep premium. We're in a very deep, we are in a very deep premium to where it wouldn't be wild to see if we trade here, if we want to trade back within the range, that can provide opportunity. But overall, straight pricing higher. I don't want to try to run in front of this, and I don't think anyone should. So I'm gonna take that off. That up close candle. It's pretty insignificant. And this is the boring part of trading, just waiting. Just waiting. I wouldn't want to take anything here long because we're in just such a deep premium. And ahead of 9:30 opening bell as well. puts. That I like that wick. How'd you take that buy side? All right, this could create a run into discount arrays, but honestly, I would like to see that liquidity taken at 930. Like if 930 takes that minor buy side, I would have more confidence that we want to see discount prices. But I think either way, it would be fair to assume that we would want to see discount prices for smart money to accumulate higher, and a relative discount from this high to this low to this high. You have this low to this high, and you have the most energetic this low to this high. So I would be looking for this a discount into here, which would mean this breakaway gap getting traded to. But we could just trade into here, this discount, which would be this new week opening gap. All possible arrays, all possible potential arrays. Oh no, there's gonna be plenty. There's gonna be plenty of time today. That's what I always gotta tell myself that, and I'll say that a lot. If you're ever in my streams, there's plenty of time. There's plenty of opportunity because always there is. But it doesn't mean every session is gonna have good trading. Not watching ICT today. No, not right now. I'll watch it later. He said he's gonna be live till 10. I'm not watching it currently. I'm actually reading right now. Alright, it's about to be 9:30. Let's walk in. Alright, this looks like we're gonna trace back into I wanna mark this. Somewhere where we could retrace into. Just patience. No background music. Should I put some on? Should I play the one I was playing yesterday? You're right. I still want it to be like the same music every time. Like if I'll do a different one. Like if I'm gonna play the same music every single time, and so it's like continuously watching my stream, they're gonna get. Alright, let me know how this one is. If it's not cool, let me know. Okay, let's see. I want to see maybe some for Judas here. Oh, I thought a new candle opened then. I was like, what? Okay, it looks like we're retracing here. We're not. Looks. Yeah, we're obviously retracing here. That's probably a 5-second inefficiency there. I would expect to see new week opening gap get traded into here at least. ES looks like we want to trade there as well. All right, there we go. All right, now we're in new week opening gap. What did we leave? What did we leave? We left relative equal high, so this now brings opportunity. Very nice. I want to look. Do we have any other news? Do we have like a little 10 a.m. news in here today that they snuck in here? I never double checked. No, it just was unemployment rate as well at 8:30. Okay. So now we've traded into new week opening gap. ES still probably will likely trade in new week opening gap, so that would allow first presentation, in my opinion, to be traded into. I'm gonna make this a little bit bolder. Look at that. This could be ES trades to the tick of that new week of the new week opening gap. The tick right there. And we have left buy side liquidity here on ES. We have 15-minute imbalance as well. For me, we'd have to trade above the Civi for me to even like look to take a long here. This to me, it just doesn't seem like we're ready. I think we're likely just gonna trade to lower arrays here. Look at that 15-minute BIST low though. That would be an institutional order flow entry drill. Alright, now we're back within this. Alright, we traded above this BIST. I really don't like anything yet. I mean, like, I think that could be a trade, but I'll defer to just sit. I don't like how ES left new week opening gap. Look at the inversion on the 5 minute right there. I like that. I like this here to trade it first presentation. I don't think it's quality though. We still left equal highs though. Okay, ES actually traded into its new week opening gap. $9:30 we have initial sell or want to wait for 10, but we got initial sell side that rests here. Relative equal highs that we've left. New week opening gap price to buy side imbalance here on the 15-second. Yeah, that volume imbalance that we're just reclaiming right now. I'll let this pass. You cut that pullback, hey, nice Eddie. We have a wick, a wick. Clearly respecting that 5-minute inversion still, and that first presentation. Let's see if this sell side wants to get traded to here. This to me is some problematic price action. I like absolutely do not want to be in it. Not the cleanest delivery here on NFP already. So I'll wait. I'll wait for later. Because I don't like how we're actually this is good though. The fact that we had some false breakout traders already engaged. We trade lower into that BISU low here, and now we're kind of accumulating here. We could trade higher here, but yeah, we did have an SMT here, but I don't want to put too much emphasis on an SMT. If we run to buy side though, I think we'd have to take this low. ES has this all the way down here. I guess we do out an NQ as well. So that honestly could be a low target here. We're failing to displace higher. We're being held by these premium arrays. We're now trading back below this weekly volume bounce high. So let's see if this gets used as inversion here with this. But look at that new week opening gap though. New week opening gap's gonna be the strongest array. So anytime new week opening gap gets respected, you gotta look for that. Wait, can you actually do like 25 minutes? No shot. You can't do like a 25 second. No. We're trading to a 15-second order block here. Overall, nothing on the 1 minute chart at all. So no displacement whatsoever. Just held in a range. Look at that though. Bad PA, I would say more just price action that's not ready. You know. Go live every day again for real? Hey, I will for sure. I will for sure. The only reason why is because I was watching ICT's live stream, and then as well as that, I was working on my own analysis. So like, I guess I was just I mean I'm still always a student, but I guess I was just studying. I was grinding. I still am. But I think honestly the best way to or a great way to learn is by going to the actual charts because there's only so much like old data is gonna teach you. The best way to learn is from the days that are in front of you, and then the day that you can look back on and say, "Hey, I did that." And it's also cool for me to like. I definitely like voicing out my analysis. It makes me think about it, and it makes me internalize that. Cause like I don't really care about you viewers or anything or like that. I don't like it when people go. I don't like how when my chat's open, and then like y'all are like, yo, you got like 80 people in here or something. Like yesterday, that like I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of caught off guard. Like sometimes I think I should just close my chat, especially if more people come in. All right, let's see if this sell side bounce. Notice how we're not respecting new week opening gap here. Let's see if we can trade into that, or if we want to be contained by a new week opening gap. I didn't even see that. All right, yeah, first presentation, we have this Bissy, and we have this breakaway gap. All possible potential areas to trade back into. Nothing that I like though. I think it's really, I think here's kind of lower probability, or something that I don't care to be part of. I mean, it's NFP, like it doesn't need to be traded. ES is still above its new week opening gap. So ES is above a new week opening gap. So I could air for higher prices, but just by looking at this, we just have held in this range here. So all of this is balanced. So it would make sense for, wait, what did I just delete? So since all this is balanced here, in my opinion, it would make sense for this price action to be respected here, and then see us trade lower. We've already spent enough time in here. This should be respected, and then we should trade lower in the breakaway gap. Otherwise, if we do happen to trade above it, that would be a good opportunity for this buy side pool to be engaged. However, since we just taken this here, I think we're gonna see breakaway gap here. Previous day high is another possible trade into. I don't know. I just personally don't like to notice how that's just to be there on the 1 minute as well. They're trading into. Let's view this. Alright, that Bissy got traded into. Next array is possibly that. What's good, Shamal? Yeah, for real. Long time no see. Alright, let's let this break away. Let's let this break away. Oh, we just traded straight there. How many points does this offer? Let's see from this gap lower. Around 60 points. My trades that I kind of look for, I would say around that 60 point range on NQ. Think about it. From my perspective, if I get 60 points and I trade one mini, that's $1,000. So if I'm able to do 2 of those trades a week, that is $2,000 a week. 2 trades a week, just 60 points. That's $2,000. That's over $2,000 a week. I like think about it, like just in a week. I've like multiple of those setups happen every single day. I would say every day there's at least 3 to 4 like high quality or higher quality 60-point moves. At least 4. So if you just get 2 of those a week, that's $2,000 a week, which is around $8K a month. So that's kind of like my mindset. Well, it would technically be a little bit more than that. All right, so here we're now trading aggressively. Notice how we're trading aggressively. So we still have this sell side liquidity that rests below here. See, this is why sometimes I don't like looking at ICT's analysis, bro. Because yes, he was looking for this, and I think that's a good thing. But like the fact that me seeing that kind of hinders something on my own analysis. Yeah, that's true. Taxes, fees, and commissions, 100%. But I'm just saying like net take home. All right, look at that. like where I'm trying to improve on is like executing on my draw on liquidity. Like it's one thing to have a draw on liquidity and say, oh, I want price to go here somewhere, but it's the next thing to actually execute on that. All right, so we now have created a balanced price range here. I'm gonna dim this a little bit. Yeah, Shamal, I've been demo trading recently. That was a trade right there. That Sibby. Bang. During using that 950 macro. I think it's just nice. Like I look used to, or I used to like kind of fear like it stopped working. Like ICT concepts stopping to work or like not working, but I think they're always gonna work, no matter what. Okay, so notice how we have balanced price range here. Let's see if we want to trade a new week opening gap. That to me is a likely draw, and then we have this new week opening gap. Another, this was a little different. We traded to a high at 917. Then we accumulate around 930. Oh my gosh. I guess it's always hindsight. It looks so much clearer. Here we have 950. We just end up displacing. Hindsight makes everything look so clear, but we'll keep it up. Just passing through. I quit trading a long time ago, but glad. Hey, appreciate it, Shamal. You didn't quit. Yeah, honestly, I feel like once you start trading, I don't think you can really quit. I don't think like once you start, it's easy to quit. Hey, have a good one. Have a good one. at the point of no return. That's that's facts. Yeah, I'll be live pretty much every session now. There are gonna be times when I might want to watch ICT and then I might go live in the PM session, but I think for now I'm just gonna try going live, even if he is live during the AM session, and then watch that later because sometimes I get caught up in his analysis and then it kind of persuades me, which is like, yeah, his I should yield to his analysis, but at the same time, like, I'm my own trader. At the end of the day, I'm the one pushing my own buttons, so I'd rather lean on my own analysis than his analysis, which can sound kind of arrogant, but all right. So we still have our ES just trade into New Day opening gaps. Can't say that for everyone. Rip Colin and Nicholas. Colin and I have actually texted. Colin and I have actually texted. I have to respond to him. Speaking of that. But I think Nicholas trades is. I wish the best for him. Alright, notice how we traded below 830 opening price. We traded right to the tick of that. ES didn't trade below 830 opening price and traded a New Day opening gaps. Now we're trading in this balanced price range again. With the previous day high. I do want to mark this. I think this might be influential. My caps lock always turns on. Oh, ES has some nice. Look at ES. ES has some nice equal lows right above what? A new week opening gap. I want to be opposed to looking for something on ES here. I don't like this though. The fact that we had like kind of a market structure shift, and yes, we are making like high, possibly another higher here, but I just don't like order flow. My opinion, whenever I look at these as like looking at short, it usually we just continue higher. Like this could be a buy model here. What do you think about ICT blowing his Robbins account? Honestly, don't really care. I mean, if you think about it, though, it is like a good, like he says, marketing strategy for him. You got people always talking about Robin's account like all over Twitter, and I just think it's just useless to worry about that. Or I like how previous day high was used. I want to measure that again, like another 60-point fluctuation here. And like I don't care to be in this. Alright, and now we're trading to new week opening gap here. Okay, so we have sell side that resides all the way down here. The fact that we've now teased like we're going to trade here, and now we've created this, tells me that we're probably gonna go here next. Look at that volume balance low. First presentation, we're now trading into here. It's mainly just, I don't know if I'll take a trade today. It's very nice to see us trade lower prices when we're in a premium, when we're this far above true day. Smart money's gonna accumulate that. Let me trade lower. I mean, yeah, it is hindsight, But I don't care. Hindsight's how you learn. Hindsight's how you practice. Hindsight's how you study. People that, or having that thought is just toxic in my opinion. That's hindsight. What I want to get better at is just trusting the analysis, and if it's not there, then it's just a loss. And more so like the good type of analysis, like the daily power of three type analysis. And then like yesterday, I'll go in and I'll look for like this little itty bitty insignificant moves. Like those moves don't matter. Those are not the moves that I want to trust my analysis on because they're little small moves. Is ICT still live? He said he was gonna be done at 10 sharp. Let's see if he's capping. Oh no, he's not live. Yeah, and also this, like, we can leave relative equal highs. That's also what kind of didn't help my analysis. But notice that 5-minute inversion. Very beautiful. And we trade below it. Displacement. And now we're just attacking. We're attacking. We're attacking. Yeah, we trade lower. Below this original consolidation. And ES has now traded below that into that new week opening gap. I was talking about that new week opening gap that we have. We had those smooth lows. Did we trade this on the 1 minute? I was marking that on the 15-second. Okay, on the 1 minute we deliver right to that. That's nice. That's beautiful delivery. We offer fair value right there. Because I was looking for that kind of on NQ when I was looking for this. This right here, that would have been the same, like pretty much equivalent to this on the 15-second. And notice how it is on the 15-second and the 1 minute. I've noticed that some arrays that are on the 15-second and the 1 minute, those are gonna be influential arrays. Like you see how this order box on the 15-second and it's on the 1 minute. I don't know. I want to take that for face value, but that's just something I've noticed a little bit. Like same with that Sibi that we used to sell off. This Sibi on the 15-second is also a 1 minute Sibi. Okay, new week opening gap, weekly volume imbalance low, perfectly respected. Trade higher, 930 low, perfectly traded to there. You have some minor buy side here. We also have inefficiencies above market price up here. Another around 60-point range. This is balanced here. We're balanced. See if that gap gets traded to, then we treat this as inversion. I don't like how we've already taken buy side though. ES still has a new week opening gap to trade into, or possibly could trade back into for fair value above market price. But ES has not taken this buy side here, so kind of have like a SMT with NQ taking that here. And if we're now trading below that, looking short. Currently, yes. I don't really want to take anything. I don't think I'll take anything today. This might just be a tape reading session, but also like there's still plenty of time, plenty of opportunity left within the day. We kind of already fulfilled this move. That's kind of what I was looking for. And now we've come back up, taking minor buy side. This I think could offer a short. I just don't like how we delivered perfectly to that new week opening gap low and volume imbalance low. Like I think we could still trade into here. Like this is a current new day opening gap, so like we still do have opportunity left and range left, and then we have first presentations here, so like that's still somewhere where we could trade into. Like I think there's still plenty of range lower. This kind of seems like yesterday, that little like range that we were held within. So if it doesn't feel comfortable, then it just doesn't need to be traded. That's like the biggest rule that I want to stick to verbatim every day. If it doesn't feel comfortable, then don't even worry about it. Because like if I'm trading, I want to be trading with confidence, and I want to be trading. I don't want to be trading like. I don't want it to be a guess on where I think price is gonna go. Like although like I could see a move panning out, doesn't mean I need to be in that move, which is why. Like I think having the rule for myself is like for 2 trades per week, 60 points. That's it. Like 60 points or like 2 60-point trades a week. That's honestly nothing. Especially with today's volatility. Like what are there's 60 points offered there, and then obviously you have a soup here, and then you have that gap. 60 points offered there. 60 points offered here. 60 points offered here. And like although like all these are not trades to be in, here we have 60 points. 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 Wait, is this 60 points? No. Here we have 60 points. I mean, that's not reasonable to get the high there. Look at first presentation here. An old one. I wish they were easier to date. Like I wish, like you see how these lines. I wish fair value apps were able to do the same thing on TradingView. All right, E and NQ just traded back into a new week opening gap. So if I was short right now, I would be a little concerned here, especially by look at this candle here. But this is the 15-second chart. But look at that old daily low as well. Now we have a. Or I was about to say we were almost about to have a fair value up there. Trading to a Sibi here on the 1 minute. Let's see if we want to trade through this new week opening gap or not. Do you want to trade through it to new day opening gaps right here? Current new day opening gap. I believe the day before that new day opening gap. We have London low right there as well. That could be traded to. That would be 60 points right there. Look at that first presentation though. We respect one here, we respect this here. I mean, look at it here as well. Look where we expanded from at 8:30 from a first presentation. You have a Sibby there with first presentation as well. Yeah, I don't like that previous candle. Let's see if this one expands, though. This candle I would want to see expand. Like, I wouldn't want to see that first presentation traded back into, like it is doing right now. All right, look at this right now. We're attacking that. Let's look at this busy here. We are generating some liquidity here, but look at that other first presentation though. Like these are two arrays. You can't deny the respect around them. Alright, first presentation, we're respecting that. It looks like that's a discount array right now. Look at the wicks. The wicks are kind of doing the damage. We're still holding that busy. Let's see if we do expand higher here. Oh, I'm on the 30-second chart. I didn't realize that. Now we're trading that first presentation. How's it going? Oh, I am doing lovely. How about you? Well, let's see if we want to rally up to at least to this high. Let's see if we expand through this though. Back at new week opening gap. Alright, busy with the old daily low. Notice how we're kind of ranging here. Kind of consolidating. We have multiple arrays to work within. And we just delivered a large range. Exactly like yesterday. Don't want to get caught up in this. Rather let it pass. What's Civi? Is that on the 5-second? Where did I get? Is that? Oh, it's a 1 minute. It gotta be. Alright, now let's see if we want to trade back up into inefficiency here. And now have this gap. I look more at first presentation than this gap. I don't know. Just look at that being used here. This will probably offer 60 handles. I don't know. 60 might be a reach. Offers 30 though. All right, look at that. Sibi being traded to perfectly there. Oh, that's just beautiful. Like, that's gorgeous delivery. Is it not? Like, I just like seeing things like that. Like, we trade right to that point. No doubt about it. Back at first presentation. We got the good old inversion. I wasn't actually used as inversion, but it was used just as sell side. We're in a consolidation profile right now. Right as we're talking, we just delivered a large range. Notice how well we respected that new week opening gap. Very nicely. So we could trade as high as this imbalance here. This 5-minute Sibi all the way up here. We could trade as high as that. We've already taken minor buy side here. Okay, this 1-minute Sibi. So we're kind of in a relative short-term premium here from this high to this low. We're in a short-term premium. So we could seek discount. We are still above true day open. Notice how well we respected true day. And we still have a new day opening gap that we could potentially possibly trade into, but I don't want to force anything. Alright, we have this Bissy here. We now still have buy side that rests up here. True day is midnight open, 12 a.m. It's the midnight open. And then true week open is Monday's midnight price. So Sunday going into midnight is true week open. I got so caught up on that as well. I don't really use true week open, but it's something. There was a I would also recommend, I don't know why, but like I still kind of second guess my knowledge about true week open. So just in case, if you want to learn more about true week open, I believe it was in a lecture that I was just watching. Here's this one.
Or a top-down approach. Here's that weekly fair value gap here.
Yeah.
And I have the holiday for
July 9th market review. ICT talks about the Monday midnight opening price about being true week. Yeah, of course. Yeah, July 6th market review. Which broker should I use for NASDAQ trading? When I've used a broker, I use Trade08. That's the one that I've used, but honestly, just I would recommend just doing research. I mean, it depends if you're outside of the U.S. I don't know how to do that. I would say every broker is good, every broker is bad. Again, like the example earlier, like all of this is balanced. Like we spent like immense amount of time here. So for me, I'd want to see us either stay balancing price, which means time distortion, which means more consolidation, or trade higher to inefficiency, and then inefficiency if we want to trade higher. If we really want to seek lower prices, if we want to go here, we should seek displacement, but I think that's less likely. Like, look at all the arrays that we'd have to trade through. Like, all this is balanced. You have first presentation being traded back into, you still have that BISI here. You still have an old low, you still have this first presentation, you still have this new week opening gap. If we are trading back into new week opening gap, I want to see if we want to seek here. I mean, this is just me to tape read. I really don't like anything else here. I mean, there could be some form of trading here, but typically my motto is I just personally have never traded well on Fridays. It is NFP Friday, so there's more volatility. I do like the PM session on Fridays though. I've noticed that PM sessions on Fridays tend to be a little bit better because they're not gonna likely leave any liquidity going into the new week. So that like settlement macro, the 350 macro or market on close macro, usually has like a good, like the last 10 minutes of trading. Usually there's like some really small, like nicer scalp that you can always find. Look at that first presentation though. Like, oh, I've been backtesting, or I can't say I've backtested them a lot, but I would say yesterday I was backtesting for around like 3 hours, 4 hours. Well, I mean, I was just backtesting price action, which is when I just annotate and mark up like profiles and such. I'm almost to July. I'm currently doing all of 2023. My goal is to have all until 2016, which I have none. I want to get all of this data. Not so much just for data's worth, but just for like retaining that into my reticular activating system. There's a reason why I put this. There's a reason why I extended this far to the right, because I didn't think that it would be used right then, but I was wanting to see that get used in the future. So let's see if we want to maybe use it in the future. All right. So in terms of higher arrays, though, I would want to see us if we traded that first presentation, that would be very nice to see because that is an older first presentation. I don't know exactly what it is from, but I know it's an older first presentation. So I want to see if we maybe want to trade that. We're now at previous day high, which is also another array. It was already used here once for sell side delivery. So I wouldn't really think that it would get used right now because we are still in a buy program here. All right, minor buy side taken. Let's see if we want to trade a first presentation. That would be nice to see, in my opinion. I want to drag out this order block on the 15-second as well. I want to see if we have that on the 1 minute. No, it's not there. It's a down close candle on the 1 minute. We have inefficiencies up here. We have another first presentation up here, and then we have new week opening gap that resides all the way up there. I should start marking first presentations on ES. I'm gonna mark the last like 4 or 5 here on ES. Oh, I never marked first presentation today. I always mark first presentations with, I like this color. It's one of these. Yeah, it's that. Man, I was lacking today. Look at that, Sibby. How many points is Sibby to first presentation? 30. I think 30 points is a relative easy small little range to capture. I'll just mark them all that color. I'm just gonna go to regular trading hours. I'll mark out a few more. All right. Oh my! Look at the high of the day. Look at the high of the day. Now that makes a little more sense, eh? We trade below it. Yeah, I think it's definitely useful to potentially mark these out on ES as well. I see the value in that. I see the value in that. Man, look at the high of day. At a first presentation. That's beautiful. Bang. I think personally, like new day opening gaps, new week opening gaps, and then first presentations are the hidden sauce behind the markets. Do you think there's any other array like that ICT hasn't shared? Sibi to volume, Sibi to first presentation is played. Oh. It feels like after the fact, like man, I could have been in this. I could have been trading this. I could have taken a trade here. Man, I missed out on that. Those are all lies. They're all lies. I'm curious to see if we want to keep this intraday high here. I think it's most likely that we do not, but it could be a possibility. Let's want to see if we want to trade back to new week opening gap. Notice how Friday was a chance for us to trade back into a new week opening gap that we haven't seen all week. All week. We just trade up into premium during Asia. New day opening gap, perfectly traded into. Accumulation, manipulation. We distribute. And then we're just seeking higher. Hit that bit seals on the 5 minute, overlapping with this SIBI here. Alright, SIBI delivered to. Isn't it nice to see new week opening gap be a terminus though? And especially the one that has the weekly volume imbalance within it. All right, AM session delivered. Pretty much. We got about like 20 minutes, but straight back in internal range. I kind of want to go live again for PM session, but I also kind of want to wait, and I kind of just want to stay on live. Should I stay on live and just like have my chart up? Yeah, I'm gonna stay on live. I'm gonna stay on live, but I'm gonna grab something to eat. So I'll just be muted. Right now, we're back into internal range liquidity. We're back in the CIBI. I want to see if we do want to trade up to this first presentation. If we would trade up to the first presentation, and if we don't respect it, we're probably trading to new week opening gap. We're trading new week opening gap. Honestly, I could possibly see us trading up into these highs, and then up into buy side today. But I really don't like that. Like, for me, it'd be best to see lower prices because I want this to be the accumulation of the daily range. We'll see, because like we have a straight up move, a straight down move. So I would want to see us maybe accumulate, then manipulate, then distribute going into PM session, which I think is likely. I'll be right back. Alright, now this buy side I want to be looking for. In order for price to go lower. This kind of looks like yesterday as well. Trading back down. Look at what level we're at right now as well. We're back at that Sibi. We also have like a breaker here that we delivered to the just the low end. Technically, this is all a breaker. I think PM session is gonna be the best. We'll see though. I like lunch. Who's been profitable so far? Well, recently this little up move has been profitable. But overall today we still have these kind of relative equal highs that we could trade to, but I think that would be a little bit extreme. But let's look at order flow here. I mean, anything is possible. Just looking at 5-minute order flow. Trade higher, and now we have like a 5-minute order block here. It could definitely be used to trade higher. I'm looking at this buy side pool though. It's also a new day opening. Wait, hold up. That's new day opening gap, constant encroachment. Perfectly. Trade back down to the previous day high right now with the BISI. ES has displaced from new day opening gaps though, you gotta keep that in mind. So I don't know, this doesn't really seem too much like a breaker. I mean, although we could trade up to buy side, we don't have to. ES, I like how ES is also in a new day opening gap here, so this could actually cause some displacement here. So I kind of want to get rid of this breaker here. So we have traded below first presentation as well. Look at this Sibi here. Unless we trade above first presentation, I would expect this to probably pan out. I really like ES. Alright, ES is now within a new week opening gap. I do kind of want to try a trade here. It's a little scout. This is what level we are at again. Again, I don't like this. I don't like how we're trading higher after trading that civvy. To me, we have to sharply reject this. Sharply reject this. It's like honestly, I think my stop could be right here. Like if I were actually if I were in a live trade. Like I actually demand precision on this trade. I'll put above that inversion because we could still trade within that. I would need to see sharp displacement, and we're not really getting that. Alright, now I would put the stop here. I'm actually gonna move TP lower. ES is now displacing through that new week opening gap. I'm looking for the 60 handles there. It's now break even. We'll just keep it consistent at 60. Is that weekly volume bounce? But look at how first presentations respected. That could be partials. Like this would be a place I would want to take partial. But since ES is now traded through, if we put on new week opening gap, since ES is traded through this is what I'm looking at. So we traded through that. I really like that, and we have this bull sell side that I want to see traded too. So, if we look at NQ, we are kind of still respecting that first presentation here. I want to see if these wicks, if they act as a balanced price range. Look at consequent encroachment of that, or technically halfway between a balanced price range is equilibrium. But I mean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, ICT also has a teaching on that, but he does call that equilibrium. But in another lecture, he calls a balanced price range equilibrium. All right, this could roll on the stop. I want ES is now trading into a fair value gap within a within that new week opening gap. So if this doesn't offer resistance here, then we're likely just gonna distort time, and I don't want to be in this trade anymore. Which is why I'd be getting stopped. I really like that delivery though within that balanced price range. Look at that. It's not even letting price trade up into the civvy. So to me that signals kind of heaviness, and I think we could honestly reach lower target than this. We could reach new day opening gaps here. Next stop would be first presentation, and then new week opening gap in terms of fair value. Notice how that balanced price range was a IOFED on the 1 minute. All right, now we'll move up costs for a. This would be like grocery bills for the month. Maybe not in today. Worst case, groceries are paid for the month, you know. Look at that first presentation though. Man. First presentation, partial. New week opening gap, new day opening gap, partial. Which is why trading with one contract is kind of, it's, in my opinion, not the best thing. Like, maybe trade with micros, but I like using NQ, and if I'm demo trading as well, then I'll use this. And also, I like capturing 60 points. The respect to that though. ES isn't really displacing here. This first presentation is like the last line of defense for me. Yes, just trade back up into new week opening gap one last time, hopefully, or at least should be one last time here. I want to see speed, but we have this wick, which is, in my opinion, could be problematic here for the trade. Now we got groceries and gas bills covered for at the minimum. Come on. Ain't no way. Teasing that. Can you imagine? That would actually suck. Here, just because of that, we'll get an extra $30. And honestly, the fact that we're not respecting that, I think here could be somewhere, but that would be like, I would want to have was like, if I was in a like 6 contract position, I would want to have one on for that. All right, come on now. I know you at least want to trade the constant encroachment of that new week opening gap. Come on. There we go. There's the trade, there's the balance. Again, I'll be trading everything live on stream. Yes, it is a demo account. I'm not here to impress anyone. I'm here to document all my trades that I take and document all my tape reading that I do as well. All right, now we're in a new week opening gap. So originally I thought we have Breaker and we have a Sibi. But then I saw ES and I saw how well we were respecting these new day opening gaps and also how well we respected this. So I'm like, hey, ES probably wants to trade down to new week opening gap. And then also I saw, where's the most recent sell side liquidity pool? Right here. We just rallied up to a short-term premium. We just rallied up to this inefficiency. So like it wouldn't make sense for us to want to just immediately come back and take these highs to then trade lower. We're already in a premium. We've already had manipulation of the daily range here, so that gives this room to trade lower. And like this is 60 points. I kind of want to at least when I'm live, I kind of want to challenge myself to try and flesh out a trade every kind of session, which isn't ideal and is not the most optimal way to trade. And yes, I know that. I'm aware of that, but I think it's just something to like kind of like not necessarily like test myself, but kind of like challenge myself to be able to read price action, because at the end of the day, like I'm here to learn and to interpret price action. I also know that forcing stuff can also be a bad thing. Notice though in how well we respected that inversion. I like that inversion right there. Inversion. So we have Sibi who trade lower displacement. We've now created a balanced price range. This should be respected. I don't want this for me to be in a high probability low resistance liquidity run trade. A balanced price range has to be respected. And anytime we have a fair value gap in, fair value gap out, that creates a balanced price range. So in this case, the balanced price range would be here. And notice the respect there to weekly volume bounce. Where did I sell this at? Okay, now we're back within those first presentations. Let's see, like smart money reversal, first stage. Could have possible second stage here. Could take this high or this high for that second stage distribution, redistribution, not distribution. But and then if we do that, if we do manipulate, we would probably trade here. But let's kind of just look at this, watch this, interpret it. You've been on a short since 9:30. Nice, good stuff. I would recommend taking partials if you can. I would scale to that position. Like, I think the best thing and why I personally like scalping and why I think scalping, like session based liquidity is the best is, although yes, you can tend to miss entries, but I just think like if I'm able to be precise, I know when I'll likely be wrong, and I'll know when likely the trade will get panned out or will go against me. Alright, I'm gonna mark this high. This could be a possible high that we want to take. Alright, now we're into lunch hour. What does lunch hour do? Run on profitable stops. What's lunch macro? Runs on profitable stops. Who is profitable right now? The most recent run is this sell side run here. For the daily range, shorts have been profitable so far. So we have this pool of buy side, and we have this pool of buy side that we could possibly run on. Notice how well we have this pool of liquidity here at rest here. But I don't really love this pool of liquidity because it's within a new week opening gap to where it's probably going to be harder to be targeted. Notice how normally if we have relative equal lows like this, if we have smooth equal lows like that, I would normally look at that and like, hey, yeah, this could be a target. But the fact that we have this new week opening gap, in my opinion, in my experience, in my back testing, that's going to act as a balanced price range as it does here. I mean, yes, we still can draw to that, but it won't be as nicely as you would like it to. This is why notice how very nicely and very pristinely we make a low right there. And I do like how I took a partial here and didn't try to force, not partial because I only had one, but I like how I didn't try to force trading to the week opening at constant encroachment, because it's always best to just take off at that first level or even before it, because we could just put a wick. We don't have to trade into it. We could like not even trade into it. But if we trade in constant encroachment, we're probably likely gonna trade here. I need to get my circle right. Alright, I apologize if you're watching. And just because it's the just because it is a launch macro doesn't mean we're immediately running to liquidity, or doesn't mean we have to as well. It's all gonna make sense with what we're currently doing. Oreo McFlurry for everyone. Bro, how many never mind. I was gonna say, how many McFlurries do you eat a day? But that's like some. Bro loves his McFlurries. Alright, 5-minute busy trade into right now. We're Sibby, not busy. I don't like how ES traded above new week opening gap. I don't like that. That to me just shows respect. That to me, although we could trade lower here, I simply just don't love it. I don't. We're just within this doing range high, doing range low. I think more probably, if we're thinking of terms of probability. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at NASDAQ right now. All right, hold up. This is the yes. We created a balance price range. We traded here. We're now trading back up in the internal range. I just don't like how we traded above this. I don't love that. I don't love that. I want to see clean runs to liquidity. And also we have an old first presentation, and then we have new day opening gap. Still within possibility, but maybe not right this moment. It's all about timing. Look at that old high. Look at that old daily high. I like that fair value gap right there. This could be a second stage redistribution right here. This could be a small trade here. Like, my stop would have to be here though. Like, I would trust that if my stop was here. Like, that's small risk. That's minuscule risk to where I think this would not be a bad trade to take. You have a 12-point stop loss. That's what, $240 or $24 on a micro. To where, like, this should see speed if it is that second stage distribution, and then I'd be risking there. Or honestly, like, even you just put your stop right here, because like this gap should hold no matter what, in my opinion. We also have this inversion right here. Like, this would be me demanding precision here. And like, even then, like, I feel like I could, like, constant encroachment, this gets breached, the high is likely to get breached. The high is likely to get breached, then it's likely not good at all. Like, I don't like how we just gapped up there a little bit. That to me doesn't show much respect, and the fact that we're coloring outside that first presentation. So honestly, like, I would probably cut it right here. because it's not what I like to see, and it's not what I'm wanting to see. And that would just be like, that would be pretty strict. Let's see if that like logic would have been beneficial here, or if that's too extreme. Okay, so constant encroachment got hit. So if you had your stop there, you would have got stopped. Let's see if you had it at that high, would you got stopped? Or is that too harsh? Let's see. It could be too precise, but like too. I do like that though. Like that does look like it could be second stage redistribution. Where do we price to? Right to that October 2nd high. I just don't love this fractal that we're within. I don't love the fact that we have two first presentations and a new week opening gap that are all going to be resisting factors when it comes to a low resistance liquidity run trade. Like, okay, so here we've broken below a first presentation. Here now we have like a nice run to fair value by the algorithm. All right, let's see if this still would have got stopped out or not. I mean, it's looking like order flow is kind of respecting that to where, yeah, that stop might have been way too tight. So stop right here would have been appropriate. Let's see. We're talking about a 60-point run though. I don't like that. Okay, we have a volume imbalance, as you can see. $930 low, getting price to here. Yeah, I don't like that whatsoever. That would be a little bit problematic. I would be sweating right now if I was in that trade. If we trade above first presentation, in my opinion, we could seek these highs here. Because I just want to look at like when we have low resistance liquidity runs. So notice how here it's kind of like back and forth, but notice how like this range from here to here, that's where we have first presentations. And that's where we get a fast run, and then we get a sharp move below that, and then we just get a straight run to that first presentation. We trade higher, previous day high. Like that's very nice delivery. If we trade above first presentation, I would like this. Here it is. I was like, what? Where's my mitigation block? Okay, I do kind of want to enter here. Notice how that trade didn't pan out. Or technically it did to new week opening gap. Yeah, ES is now above new week opening gap as well. I do like that. I really do like that. The fact that we traded above. Now we're getting displacement. Now we have this mitigation block. What do we have up here? We have we don't have any inefficiency within that mitigation though. We only have this, and I wouldn't want to see that get traded into. I don't know, we'll see. Discount to premium, that's the range that we're within. It's a 60-point range for reference. Well, I feel like I don't know why I like 60, but 60 is just what kind of clicks to me, because I feel like for most of the trades that I see, I feel like 60 points is kind of like where I'm able to see. Like, this is a perfect example. Like, from here to here, like, that was like pretty much 60 points. 50 points would also be good, because that would be like $1,000 would be like a goal. $1,000 a week. No, if you're able to do 50 points a day, which I mean isn't reasonable to expect to see that every day, but I personally think with intraday volatility, 50 points a day is honestly not impossible. It's not impossible. 50 points a day, that puts you at $5,000 for the week. For a week, it's like 20K a month. With one mini. All right, previous day high, price to here. This is just kind of a like a no retracement, just straight run here. Straight buy side delivery here. Okay, we're about to trade the first presentation here. For me, price runs like this, most of the time are not really tradable. They're not at all. Like, there's literally not probably one retracement here. Maybe order block entry. Right here, order block entry. That's all you get on the 5-second. Within that mitigation though, like it makes sense. So like here we traded lower, volume balance, we close above that. So now we've had, or notice this as well. All this. sell side delivery, buy side delivery. So to me, honestly, I kind of want to look at this in the future. I want to see if this needs sell side delivery, because we haven't had sell side delivery within this upper portion here. Look at that IOFED order block, bang, within that mitigation, bang. Immediate rebalance here. Console encroachments being supported. Higher, higher, seeking higher arrays. After aggressively trading higher. So once we aggressively trade higher, we're likely going to continue. I mean, very rarely do we trade aggressively higher and then not continue with that. Let's see where's that 60-point range? Do I have it up? And also, like, every trade doesn't need to be 60 points, but for me, it's just like a reference. So like me, I would just look for a first presentation there. And we're about to trade it too. First presentation, traded to. Let's see if we want buy side now. Within the lunch macro. Like that delivery just Sibi console encroachment. I just noticed that. If you're watching the stream, I would appreciate if you like the video. It's completely free. It helps me out. If not, it's cool. The fact that you're here, I mess with that. All right, notice how that we're back at that first presentation. Also, we are within a volume imbalance, a daily volume balance. I just have these lines here so my chart doesn't get too cluttered. But notice how we leave this inefficiency here, this weekly volume imbalance, and then it's just straight run. Like these are, like if you think about it, if there is an algorithm, which as we can see there definitely is. If there is an algorithm that's controlling price and that is actually using these PD arrays that ICT has taught, it's got to calculate like where it wants to go fast. Like it's doing these calculations fast. I mean, it is an algorithm, but I think it's kind of cool, in my opinion. Okay, the fact that we've had this like fast aggressive run though, and like this is probably a market maker buy model with not much accumulation by smart money here. We could maybe want to even trade higher. Let's pull up ES here. ES is just taking buy stops here. ES is ran against profitable buy stops. Lunch macro. Again, holding true again. 11:30 starts lunch macro. And then we run against profitable positions. Who's profitable right now? Oh, we just had a price leg lower. We just had this price leg lower. So buy stops is what we trade to. Notice how this is all kind of more or less consolidation, stuck within a range. Therefore, PM session could deliver a range, but although like this is kind of consolidation, this is also like we're still kind of displacing within here. Like this is a buy model, this is a sell model, and now we're in a buy model. So PM session could also be lackluster. But no, yesterday was definitely a great experience for me because like for some reason so many people were watching the stream. I don't know why. Like that's like the most people that have ever been in the stream. Like, I don't constantly have a viewer count, but I'm pretty sure there was like 80 people in there at one point, which is crazy. I appreciate it, but like that kind of flustered me. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like. I'm glad we're underground right now. Is all I'll say. Because then, like, if you think about that for a second, that just gets in your head, and then you're just thinking about it. Which is why I prefer to kind of not have that. Which is why, like, having a chat is cool and all, but at the end of the day, like, I'm trading. We're still in that Sibi, so this could be another retrade to the high of that Sibi here. Also have constant encroachment of that wick. We're expected here with the bodies. ES has taken this high here. I kind of like this. We have previous day high here. I mean, I wouldn't want to short this, but it's just something to look at, something to tape read. ES has taken this high, so yeah, we do have an SMT here. Not technically, but we do have an SMT here. I also like how all this is just kind of a fast run to where we could still trade into this mitigation block, and we could still use this mitigation block. This could be used to accumulate new longs up into buy side. And the fact that we're still respecting this new weak opening gap here. So yeah, Bissy here. If this fails, I'm looking for here. And if that fails, I'm looking for here. So everybody's going to accumulate that within discount prices if we want to send price higher here. But I don't like how we have that SMT. So I'm watching that SMT. I'm not watching that SMT, but that's just something that would concern me. We also trade below a first presentation. I notice within this range we've kind of been referring to, or we haven't kind of, but we've definitely been referring to these first presentations. This one not as much. This one is an older one. Keep that in mind. This one is an older first presentation, so it might not be as valid. But these two have definitely been very accurate and salient for this day's range, for sure. All right, here now we're at October 2nd's high, and we're also at the high of that mitigation. So I would want to see this definitely possibly support price. I just don't like that we just attack that like that. Overall, what are we within though? We're within a just consolidation phase. So not optimal trading, but there still are trades within here, like that one right here to new week opening gap, and then maybe one here higher. How many points did this offer though? Okay, that's like 86 point range. I mean, if we're just looking at like swings, like that's 60 points. This is 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 60 points. That isn't 60 points. This is 60 points. 60 points. 60 points. Like there's already been like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 possible 60-point ranges offered or swings, but it's not it's not reasonable to expect every one of those to be there. Here, do we have SMT here? Oh, my bad. My bad. All right, mitigation block traded into. We have like a we have a very small. I'm not even gonna say it, but we're trading back down in a mitigation block right here. So let's see if this allows accumulation for longs. Regardless, I really don't care to be a part of this price swing higher, just because to me, I just don't like it. I just simply don't like it. It doesn't feel right. So it doesn't need to be traded. Yo, what's good? What's good? How you doing, brother? I want to zoom in here. I actually think this could be a good, like, a candidate to short here, even though we do have this mitigation. I do want to see, like, if we get a displacement leg, I think that could be something to go short on. Someone in here could just be like early, but we'll create a fair value gap higher. I wouldn't like that though. Okay, we're at previous day high here. Yeah, I want to see this. We took short-term buy stops here. Let's see if that Sibi offers a range. I mean, I'm not personally wanting to take that. But it could be something of a trade. Notice how we also had constant encroachment of that 5-minute chart as well. Ooh, look at that wick. That wick. Also at constant encroachment of that wick. I personally do not see this chart going any higher. I just personally don't. What would 60 points from that be? Be the new week opening gap again? I don't know, this time I would definitely look for here. I'm gonna wait. Look at that, Sibby. What's your vision in trading in the future? Like on how I'm gonna go about it? Or like what I plan to do, or is that what you mean? I'm giving myself time. Personally, I wanna. I'll be live streaming every day, so I'll be. I'm kind of like forcing myself to play with the volatility every single day. To, I guess, like kind of look and interpretate like where every candlestick's going. Which I mean, I don't really care what anyone says. I think that's always going to be beneficial because then you get to go back in hindsight and say, okay, price reversed from this array, did this at this time, and then log that, and then do that every single day. And honestly, just give it time. But I see myself within a year time having probably a funded account is probably what I'll go with. And then I'll be placing trades on that instead of a demo account. Because like I know 100% I could go in and I could just I know without a doubt I could get a funded account right now and I could pass it without a doubt. But do I need to do that? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. We still do have that buy side liquidity pool higher. The fact that we're failing to displace lower here tells me that we likely might want to attack that. So yeah, I see myself within probably a year time. I'll probably be trading live, but I definitely don't want to. There's things and there's character flaws about myself that I really want to. That I want to straighten up, and that's not just gonna happen out of nowhere. And it's gonna take time, and like, bro, like there's always gonna be time to trade with live funds. There's always going to be that. But you know what? You're not always gonna have. You're not always gonna have the freedom of not having anything at risk, but just able to learn and to enjoy the process. But I just think like if I live stream though, the only problem with that is that I will have other people influencing me on my journey. But I guess the best way to go around that is just not to use a chat. Because I fully agree that, or I fully think that what's almost worse than going on live and like losing is going on live, like if I were to live trade, to go on there and to win and then to win and then to win, and then people are in there like, oh my gosh, W trade, good trade, bro, like all that. Because then you'll feel euphoric. You'll feel like you're invincible. You'll feel like, oh, bro, I'm on top of the world. So I'm just trying to deprive myself of any emotion. Fear, greed. And I think fear is the biggest one that I need to work on. Is the fear of wanting to be in a move. Fear of missing. I don't really get FOMO anymore, which is good. I don't get FOMO anymore. Like here, I really don't have FOMO. Look at this mitigation block though. Notice how we came back down into a discount. We have buy side up here. Yes, we do have SMT. all this time distortion, trade lower, market structure drift. This order block could have been a trade. Looking back. So about a 60-point range to buy side. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Looking back, what do you have? All of this is balanced. Balance. This is generated buy side. We then trade lower. We then have a fast, inefficient move. What do? We then reprice to the mitigation block here, and then we end up trading higher back into buy stops during the lunch hour. Very nice. I guess that, yeah. When I said I was looking for shorts, my fault. Back within that city. I'm going to be back here within a minute. Oh man, look at that. First presentation traded into. What a shocker. All right, now we're attacking that range again from first presentation. From a first presentation, not the first presentation today. The first presentation is that like it's this one right here up here. It's also a weekly volume bounce high. We do have sell side reside here. I would reserve a trade until the PM session if I were to be trading right now. I would not want to trade during the 12 or I mean I guess it's all it's not like it's going to be magical just cuz we're in a different time, but I would feel safer that I would be in the PM session. I would like more so look for a silver bullet today, which I guess I might stay on live and just look for that as well. We'll see. I kind of want to challenge myself to do try to get a PM session trade. If we trade back within this range at all, if we trade below that first presentation I have right here, my opinion, I think we're likely gonna trade here and then here. Yeah, but if we trade here, we're likely gonna trade here because that's gonna be fair value. This low is just where sell stops provide, but this is probably where fair value is. My music ended. Patience today. What I'll do, just the opener first presentation. That's like an extra 10 points to a trade right there from this high to first presentation. Always best for the low-hanging fruit objective though. All right, ES traded to a new week opening gap. So I do like that. I do like how ES traded into new week opening gap, current new week opening gap as well. Why don't you trade? I traded earlier. In the past, I haven't traded just because to develop, you don't need to be in a trade. You don't need to be in a trade to learn price action. So the internal dialogue I have here for the remainder of the day, we're about to be into PM session. So knowing PM session on a Friday, we're likely not going to leave a nice pool of liquidity. We're likely not going to. So with that being said, like where is a smooth pool of liquidity? Well, it's kind of hard to argue, but we do kind of have relatively equal highs up here, but I don't really agree that that's a good strong pool of liquidity. Those are just very minuscule, relative equal highs. But then we also have this nice pool of liquidity down here. But there also is an argument that it is within a new week opening gap, so it kind of is justified that we could leave that. So basically what I'm trying to get at is PM session might trade to either one of these, either the relative equal highs or the relative equal lows that we have. Since there are both relative equal highs and relative equal lows, I would argue that it's probably lower probability. But if we started seeing signatures that we do want to trade lower, then I think engaging this would not be far-fetched. I wouldn't want to enter here. I just want to feel safe. Me personally, I'm gonna wait. We're about to be in the PM session. Starts at 130. I'll be back. What's your favorite book? I've ever read? I don't know. That's a tough one. Right now, I'm reading the Bible. I've been reading that. I heard that's a pretty good one. What's your favorite book? Honestly, I haven't read too much of it. Like even like I grew up going to church, like I guess occasionally, but like I've never like really read the Bible. Like when I was little, I had to like memorize Bible verses, but it was never like, oh, I'm gonna read the Bible. But right now I've been I think Matthew is I like Matthew. Also, I haven't read everything. I plan to though. I also was reading Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, and that book's definitely good. Whatever you want to call it, not a book. Favorite verse in Matthew, from what I've read so far. Well, I read all of it, but the one that I like the most is probably. I like Matthew, I believe it's Matthew 6. Matthew 6:19. Notice how this is kind of we're low volume here. This to me tells me that we're probably generating liquidity, that we just dumbed down in volume, that we're generating liquidity here, and that implies that we're probably gonna have some manipulation. So I'm gonna wait for that. Right now we are above true day open. We've just rallied above buy side liquidity, so that implies that we are in a short-term premium. We do have this busy here, this most recent buy side imbalance on the 5-minute. So if we were to trade below this, that to me would be significant, and I would expect to see us trade here. If we still remain above this and use this as an imbalance, we could see higher prices here. For me, I really it's hard for me to try to force something here. I don't want to force something, but if something's there, then I'll look to if we just look at every single day though. Here, let's look at NFP days. Like, just because we're NFP doesn't mean we're just immediately gonna do something crazy. We're still gonna follow liquidity. We're still gonna trade to a raise. Like this PM session was rather lackluster. PM session was lackluster. PM session was lackluster. So there's kind of a, at least with the NFP days that I've collected. Like PM session was lackluster. Or no, that's London. I'm tweaking. Where's the... Oh, I don't have the 5-minute chart. Do not have PM? Oh, really? I really don't like anything right now. I wanna wait. $130. The opening price is gonna be important for PM session trading. Overall, PM session usually continues in the already existing order flow. So right now we have bullish order flow, so this buy side pool could be taken. I want to see if that inversion gets traded through. That's telling. If we're stayed contained within that, that's telling me. But it's had a little market structure shift. I wouldn't be surprised if we trade up into new week opening gap. ES is being contained by its new week opening gap. If we look here, ES is trading within that new week opening gap. We also have a first presentation there as well. Let's see, we also have today's first presentation that hasn't been traded into. Look at the lows here as well. Compared to NQ. Look at that volume balance perfectly trade too. This is a 5-minute buy side imbalance as well. That's what this is. We trade into it, the upper portion. We failed to trade to first presentation. Market structure chip, imbalance. I don't like this though. I wouldn't want to be a part of this price run. I would not. One of these, yeah. One of these, yeah. One of these price runs, yeah. One of these price runs, maybe. One of these price runs, yeah. But like this, it's just it wouldn't be worth it to position myself in the price run. It's not worth the risk. We're still contained within a civvy and an inversion. This to me, this new week opening gap is gonna tell me what we want to do for the PM session. Notice how we drew up into it. Look at true day open as well. Okay, we're kind of attacking. It looks like we want to trade higher here. Notice first presentation now traded into. All right, notice that inversion though. Notice how much time we're spending within it. Also note this up close candle here. I want this to fail though. I think it will fail. I don't trust it. It's like we already had a mitigation block. Technically this is a breaker. So I was like, this is a breaker. You take sell stops here. I'm willing to be patient here because if we break down and if it's a move that I would want to be a part of, we'd probably trade here. And usually 130 is going to offer some form of manipulation. I mean, and also there doesn't have to be a large range delivered in the PM session. There does not have to be. It could be rather lackluster. Such as, what day was lackluster in the PM? It was actually yesterday. Yesterday, the volatility picked up at 3. Like, once I turned off stream. Like, all this is just time distortion, time distortion, time distortion, time distortion. New day opening gap. Like, yes, that's not really something worth trading. And then here, volatility picks up. Bam. First presentation. Bam. Fair value gap. Bam. There's that new week opening gap traded into. And look at here. Volume imbalance high traded into. We're still within that volume imbalance. Let's look at another PM session here. PM session trading though is just like yeah, it can be traded, but I just think the morning session is just so much better. Like even here, or not even here, but especially here, really nothing of value. Morning sessions, that volatile move. Bam. Like once lunch ends, there's nothing. Here 130 opens, we get a fake move opposing that. Buy stops accumulated. Like here's nice when there's nice volatility. Like you have some fair value gaps and then we trade back. The weekly candle's about to close. Obviously, it's a Friday. I would really like to see us close back within this weekly imbalance. I honestly would really like to see that. On the daily chart though, it's just the fact that we traded higher. I don't love that. I don't love that. It would be different if we had an inversion fair value gap here on the daily chart. I do want to look at the 4-hour chart. I never look at the 4-hour. We're just generating liquidity. That's how we traded up in this up close candles. So now we have a wick here. 4-hour candle has 30 minutes till it closes. Now we're gonna open up a new candle. I mean, look at the 1-hour chart. All this. I don't like that. I don't like all these wicks. Let's go to the 15. We have a 15-minute SIBI. This is a balanced price range. We're kind of attacking that. So I'm really looking at this imbalance right here. Are we going to respect it or not? We traded up. We took buy stops. We're in a SIBI here. To me, I think this could set us up for a run here. I'm going to make this a little lighter. PM sessions on Fridays, though, like I've been saying, are usually more volatile, especially during the market on close. Alright, so now we got our 130 open. Should we go dashed or dotted? I never really like dashed when it looks like that. But I also don't like dotted when it looks like that. I like dotted when it's smallest thickness. But then I tend to forget about it. So I do that. We'll make this line I like that. I like that. A little increase in volatility there. Look at the body disrespect in that 5 minute. I am gonna note this off close candle. $15-minute rejection block right there. I honestly don't like having two charts. I'll keep it. Yes, just traded back into new week opening gap. Yet again. We're just trading that inversion into that 5-minute civvy. That's just a 1-minute civvy, not a 5-minute civvy. I would not feel confident if I was long here at all. I'd be interested in this only if we create a 1-minute civvy. Even then, I don't think it's the best opportunity. I would let it pass. Breakaway, civvy. See if we want to trade a first presentation. Already on a real account? I've been on a demo account. I've been on a demo. We haven't really been respecting this. It's kind of an older first presentation as well. I mean, like, yeah, we kind of have, but it hasn't been as influential. Alright, notice the displacement we're getting. We definitely want to trade to these lows. I like that Sibi with the old or with previous day high. We're now disrespecting that. I want to move it up just a little bit. I'm going to try to get that inversion. That's a 5-minute inversion. All right, we're filled. Good. All right, so we've now traded through that volume imbalance. I trust that and this first presentation to resist price. This now is a balanced price range, and we have that Sibi high. So I think that should resist price. If not, then I don't think we'll trade here. I do want to just look for that low-hanging fruit. Just looking for a first presentation. Admittedly, I don't like how we're kind of attacking this. I don't like that. I don't like how we traded outside of the first presentation. That's likely gonna get stopped. Oh. Notice that though. Big manipulation there. All right, now I'm interested to see if new week opening gap gets traded into. All right, Loki, I'm gonna end stream. I've been live for 5 hours. Dang. Took one loss, one L. Larger win than a loss. Just part of the game. Admittedly, I probably could have cut that short or had a tighter stop. That's kind of like was the manipulation move, I guess. That volume bounce should have been where my stop should have been, like just above that volume imbalance. To be honest, this should have been left out as a breakaway if we were gonna trade lower. Like if we really wanted to trade lower, like were you gonna use that array? This is manipulation, and we manipulate into the breaker. I kind of saw that right as we were trading up a little bit higher here. Like I feel like my stop, if I enter here, I think just allow a tighter stop. Which sometimes I'm like, hey, if I just had a wider stop, that would be good. But like if my stop was up here, 11 points, that would have been a smaller loss, because we should be respecting that if we want to trade lower. All right, anyways, I'm head out of here. Hope you all have a good rest of your day. And honestly, like, yeah, this move at 130. At 130, yeah, that's my bad. I'll definitely journal that, learn from that, take a note on that. But that's the Judas swing. Like that's classic Judas swing. That's why I mark out 130 open, because we just have a straight Judas swing. So that's something to learn from, something to take notes on. Which is also why I really like being live, and also trying to trade it while live. Like although like it doesn't need to be traded, also trying to trade that, because yesterday, when I was in those conditions, those tough conditions, I feel like that kind of helped me and was like, oh yeah, this is happening before, we've been here before, therefore don't look for much. And yeah, that kind of helped me navigate these conditions. But as you see now, I want to see if we want to trade into new week opening gap or not. Anyways, hope you all have a good rest of your day. I appreciate